Welcome back, comrades. Sorry I'm so late starting today. Uh, this past week's been pretty exhausting, and I overslept. Oops. All right, let me just get the links out. Okay, then this, then here, here, and there was another place here. Okay, so I posted there, there. Hmm. Let's see. Is there anywhere else I advertise to? Oh, I know. There we go. Hey, Fire. Thanks for showing up. All right. Start playing from this. I can turn up the volume a little bit here. There. Yeah. Yeah. That happens sometimes. That happens sometimes. Anyways, as I say, thank you for coming. Wait, what? The Adventure of the Unspeakable Storm.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistols I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical Hound of the Baskervilles."
Hound of the Baskervilles. I've heard that name somewhere before, but I can't remember where. And it was years and years and years and years ago. Like really, really long time ago. Back when I was a little kid. I'll have to look into that later. Anyway, our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. Oh dear. This is a game that mentioned the Doggo Baskervilles and takes place many years ago. Perhaps I'm not quite that ancient, though. I can't blame you for guessing. Which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. 15th of April, 9:13 a.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. That morning. Yeah, no, can't pet the doggo. Sad. Maybe there will be a different doggo. Sometimes there is doggo. Sometimes there's a doggo in this game series. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san? Yes! Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes! Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see. What case is it today? Here we go again. Oh, right. There's one thing I gotta check. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, there are a couple of things I gotta do here. For, like, extra dialogue. Okay. Let's go back. Let's examine this thing. That spade has been in here since we started renting the place. Oh, that's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. I don't want to dig a hole for myself, so let's leave it. Wait, something's wrong. Oh, okay, never mind. It's all good. Okay. Okay. Alright. Now the other thing, is this a ladder or a step ladder? Possibly. Okay, when you're ready, let's go downstairs for... Okay. Well, let's converse here first. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, Don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram. Yeah, right. That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. I suppose Soseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? How utterly suspicious, you'll bet she did it. Don't know what it is yet, but she's guilty. Yeah, she's probably guilty of something. I wouldn't say murder, though. Or anything like that. Yes, I should think so. Withholding secrets from me. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal, which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away. A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? I was just wondering what might have become of Soseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all. You mean, as regards Lord Van Zieks? The Reaper? Yes, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. She accidentally Susato take down someone off a building. Imagine. Imagine. What is it they say? What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock could be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Soseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps? Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the Sword of Justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. The curse is unable to swim. Possibly. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently Lord Van Zieks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Oh? Yes, in Soseki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Really? Just like before, he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spat of trials then? Just my luck. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry, what was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Yeah, he's targeting me. Seems to be what she thinks, and I'm inclined to agree. Alright. Got maybe a little bit more to examine around here. Let's find out. It's spring at last, and the weather is warmer now. But I love the smell of the fire and the steam rising from the kettle. Oh, would you like some tea, Naruhodo-san? Thank you, Susato-san, but I'm alright for now. Green tea Susato-san makes me from time to time, and Iris' unique herbal infusions. This place is paradise for a true tea lover. Green tea is such a wonderful accompaniment to British tea cakes, don't you think? We've only been here in London for about 2 months. My desk is starting to look a little messy already. You can tidy up once in a while! Susato-san, I always say, making a mess is a small sacrifice to pay for being able to further your studies. And time spent tidying up is time you can't devote to the same cause. And time spent on ridiculous arguments is time that could be better spent on some simple housework. He wins, but I'm supposed to be the lawyer here. What's this? So this is the tea set that Susato-san brought with her from Japan. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it. It's just so bitter! Tea is a drink to be enjoyed, Naruhodo-san. You really don't have to force yourself to drink it, you know. I don't like to see you screw up your face, though. Do you know, I've never seen inside your room there, Susato-san. I've never even peeped inside.
I should think so, too. The young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know?
Whatever you say, young maiden. Ah, this must be the telegram. Let's see. Ah! No! You mustn't look at that! Not under any circumstances! Alright, I won't.
I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. You can be very mischievous at times.
Then put the telegram away if you don't want people looking at it. What's this? We were rather lucky to find that old aquarium left behind here. The prawns we put in there are doing rather well, and the anemones too.
It's a wonderful invention, isn't it? The sea behind glass inside your room. Another example of Great Britain's greatness.
Having to clean it out and change the water isn't so great though, is it? Alright, looks like we're done here. Let's go to Sholmes' suite. April 15th, Sholmes' suite.
Morning, Runo. Morning, Susie.
Someone trying to play. Is that Sholmes?
Good morning, Iris.
Iris.
What is it, Runo?
What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled.
Yes, you noticed that, did you?
Yep, there he is.
Hurley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems.
Uh-oh. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes?
Good morning. Good morning to die, perhaps. This is terrible, Fire. Oh no. What happened? Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before... My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Whoever did this to Sholmes, man, deserves to be executed on the spot. I agree. We must protect... Damn this blanched existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble. Oh, it's the cat! Is that the same cat from before? I don't think so.
Oh, look, it's Wakahai. Good morning, boy.
That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there?
Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you. Let me help you, Iris.
Oh, it would indeed be a fine day to die. I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. It's the analyzer thingy! Okay, so we got two things to examine in this room here. We got this. Fire's burning comfortingly in the grate again today. It's a very different feeling to a Japanese hibachi somehow.
Oh, look at that photographic print of a lady displayed on the mantelpiece. Could it be? Yes, it must be. It's the woman. Oh, how exciting.
Is that supposed to mean something to me? Achievement unlocked. The woman. Okay. We also got to inspect the blackboard. This is where Iris notes down ideas, isn't it? Let's see, what does it say today? Ah, the Boscombe Valley Mystery.
Oh, how intriguing. It must be the title of Iris's latest work. Oh my! I wonder what fantastic tale awaits us.
Susato-san looks like an angel, but I bet she's dreaming of the most unsavory crime you could imagine. Okay. Look at Mr. Sholmes' desk. It's completely clear. Isn't that enormous machine usually on it?
We can never hope to understand what goes on in the great detective's mind, Mr. Naruhodo. Why, next time we're invited, we may find he's vacated the entire suite.
That's scarily plausible, actually. There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high I can't help feeling that the whole lot's gonna topple at any moment.
Oh, it's such a charmingly untidy collection of paraphernalia, isn't it?
It just looks messy to me, like my desk.
But you, Mr. Naruhodo, must learn to tidy up after yourself.
No favoritism there, then. Just checking one last thing. Okay. So I'm good until Investigation Part 3. I'm just free to play this however I like. Alright. Let's go back. I want to find out what's wrong here. Wanting to die. You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its melissonant tones would make flowers bloom. It would. But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
For hours I have bowed, for days even. Through the night I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever! No more recitals of unbridled emotion!
Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Curly?
Don't worry, I'm sure it'll come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh, dear. Ugh! Why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left, for pity's sake? What is left? That's it. Go kill the music goddesses. Yeah, but then he's not. Then nobody's ever gonna. Then nobody's ever gonna be good with music again, including Sholmes. We're gonna have to kill someone dear to the music goddesses instead. Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? The missing machine.
Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today.
Well done, Miss Susato. Your observational skills do you credit.
Oh no, Mr. Sholmes. They pale into insignificance when compared to yours.
You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you?
You mean Hurley's Great Analytoscope? That's at Windy Banks now.
Sorry, it's at a Windy Bank?
No, Windy Banks, the pawnbrokery. What? You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours?
It has some considerable value, you see, quite undeservingly.
But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you.
Dear madam, things are far from desperate.
But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate?
Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you.
It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all.
It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works.
Oh, what's to understand exactly? What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works?
To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks.
Banks?
On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to the pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week.
And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned.
I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us.
Everyone does it, you see, especially people in Inner London.
And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn should the need arise.
Oh, how ingenious. So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windy Banks, you see?
A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault.
Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain?
Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley?
What does it matter? The world is dead to me now.
Man. I question whether I should. I question whether I should draw attention to how much I can relate to this guy in his current state. Well, given his tendency toward this current state. These are all mementos of Mr. Sholmes' past cases, I think. If he'd been involved in my case, I wonder if the beefsteak from La Carnival would be on display here.
A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing men, a bust of Napoleon? Oh, what an intrinsic collection!
Looks like an untidy assortment of junk to me, rather like what's on my own shelves.
Well, you really ought to learn to keep your things in order, Mr. Naruhodo.
No favoritism there at all. Alright, let's talk with Iris. About the cat. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home then. Oh, so it is the same cat.
Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy.
It would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures, their mews as empty as the hearts of the muses.
If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place.
I expect he would have taken him if he could, but pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience.
And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable.
Yes, he really is. Oh yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing at the main door before. Where did that come from?
Oh, you noticed? You are observant, Bruno. Look, I used this! My latest invention!
What is that?
I call it the Cat Flap-O-Mat! Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. You can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see.
Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap?
Well, yes, maybe, but now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like.
What if you make a cat flap in a wall? Like, not a door. I have a feeling this case is going to have us do exactly that to get Wagahai to do something. We're going to be we haven't seen the last of this thing, I'm sure.
Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris.
She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. It does look like a gun. Here we go.
Oh, what was that?
Wagahai? Uh-oh. Oh, that's not good. That didn't sound good at all. What was that?
Oh no! Wagahai's tangled up in your violin! I think he thinks it's a toy.
No! What's he doing to it?
Oh dear, Mr. Sholmes' precious violin.
Why should I care?
What?
I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is a more accomplished musician than I know.
Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Early?
Out of the cat's reach if possible. Trust me, it's not. Having lived with a cat for sufficiently long, it is not possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Even the cat knows Sholmes Man is sad and is trying to attack the music goddesses the only way he knows how. Possibly, but it's not exactly helping the situation. Maybe we should assess the damage.
So this is the violin, is it? Looks scratched up and like one of the strings was vastly over-tightened. Looks salvageable though. It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. This is a Stradivarius? And you let the cat do that to it. Wow, you really are out of it, Sholmes. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No! There is none!
Mr. Sholmes.
What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine.
Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think?
What do you mean, Mr. Sato?
Oh, Susie's right! The tone of the wood is completely different!
Oh no. Oh no. Are they about to say that it sounds like shit because someone swapped the violin to swipe the Stradivarius? Is that where we're going with this? Someone stole the violin, and that's really what happened here? Alright. Alright. Okay. Now it's time to break out the torches and pitchforks. I, of course, shall be taking the pitchfork. That's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this? Yeah, I thought you might fire. Exactly. I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. Then, what? I believe it's an entirely different instrument called the viola. What? 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 Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're right. You are quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what is this piece of stringed flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then? I see what must have happened. Yeah, a viola is played very similarly to a violin, but it is larger and the sound is lower. I think this is due in large part to the strings being a little bit on the thicker side. So it may be a combination of quality difference and Sholmes trying to bow like he's used to with a violin on a viola with thicker strings, and the results being less than smooth. So that's what happened. I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. Sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. Actually, one second here. Okay, no. Still can't talk to Sholmes. Alright, we'll have to talk to Iris about the mix-up. What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris? Well, you see, this this viola, I mean, was at Windybanks until last week. At the pawnbrokers? Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. There is a proverb from the East with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea! Last week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Windybank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow sound of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Stop! Fine state of affairs this is. Why, I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbrokery as an extremely secure vault. Come, Mr. Naruhodo, dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry? Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect, fressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? Didn't notice the massive machine was missing until now when it's been gone for a week. Yeah, that's a good point there, Fire.
We must visit Mr. Windybank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes?
Precisely, Mr. Otto, without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to press your egg ever more obtusely? Obtusely? Alright, say no more, let's go then.
Don't worry, Bruno, I'd be happy to heat it up for you again later.
Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker's looks like. But bacon and eggs, though. I was wondering... Does anything happen? I was wondering, Mr. Sholmes... This is no time for wondering, Mr. Naruhodo! Oh. Tut, your furtive glance betrays you, my dear fellow. You stole a brief look at the remnants of the omelette over there, did you not? Did you not? Ah. I must say, you astound me with your insatiable appetite. But I really wasn't looking. Even as the words issue from your mouth, your eyes veritably devour the remaining rasher of bacon. You are quite true to form this morning, I see.
Mr. Naruhodo, please, try to remember the urgency of the matter at hand.
Yes, I know. We're all about to pay a visit to the pawnbrokers. I'm really not trying to delay us, and yet I would give odds of 1,000 to 1 that within the next 5 seconds, your eyes will settle thirstily on the last few drops of coffee in the cup over there. Ugh, why does he have to deduce everything so correctly all of a sudden?
This is fun! Bruno's eyes were as big as saucers!
Please, can we go to the pawnbrokers now before I run out of safe places to look?
Yes, I think that's an excellent idea.
Alright, let's go. New location has been added. Look at all the different things in the window of this shop.
Ah, that's Windybank's, the pawnbrokery.
Looks much smarter than a pawnbroker's in Japan, doesn't it?
Yes, you're right. I find pawn shops at home rather inapproachable, personally.
Reminds me of tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable.
What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, this is a completely different view of Baker Street. It's already been 2 months since we started taking lodgings here above Mr. Sholmes' office. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this.
Oh, I know! To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest detective! If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'd be happy to defend you, of course. Okay. Looks like there's not a lot to see here just yet. Looks like we can safely head to the pawnbrokery. Let's go! Disney sign. Oh, I didn't see that. 15th of April, Windybank's pawnbrokery. So this is a British pawnbrokery.
Oh my, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before.
Ah, Susato-san, that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? A sign outside made of golden circles that looked like a Mickey Mouse. Oh yeah, I saw that. The 3 little golden balls hanging from the... Yeah. Okay. Possibly. But you can't say things like that, Fire. You might get all of London locked down and sued by the mouse. I get the impression you enjoy places like this.
Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me.
My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes!
We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Honestly, London deserves it anyway. Can't blame you for saying that, Fire. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, sir. Welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windybank of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot. I wonder, could I ask you something? Oh, a gentleman from the east, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. Sorry? Ha! But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less! The colors are exquisite. The design, exotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say.
Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting.
Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you described. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure stowage. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned.
What happens if they don't pay you the money?
The items are for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me.
So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed then?
That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all! The very idea, Mr. Windybank, is an absurdity. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost? Yep. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. You think it's gonna be Ryunosuke here who points out that what was just happening like 5 minutes ago? Says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning. There it is. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device which Mr. Windybank has installed here in his shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is it a security camera? Is that not so, Mr. Windybank? What was that deep sigh about? Okay, let's ask about the violin now. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes. This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windybank. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size.
A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me and an inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker.
There is only one way to make amends. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I shall have to take my own life. No, 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 no. We can't have this on. We can't have this on the stream. We can't have. What? What? No. I don't think that would be necessary. Do you? If I may just say one thing before I pop off. Yes? I am very sorry, everybody. It was you, Sir Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, here it is. You did? And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. No, 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 no. Stop, my dear fellow. The fault is mine.
It would appear that the fight is over.
I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windybank. Evidently my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Herlock Schultz without that questionable disposition now, would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I need to remind you of the peculiar collection of items you've brought through my door in the past.
Oh, peculiar items.
To the extreme, for example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Herlock Sholmes or some such.
Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I have yet to read, you mean?
Ah! Forgive me!
Wait, before you die, you must tell me more!
Can I put a content warning on this stream? Because this is getting ridiculous. Like, honestly. Okay, that does it. I'm updating the stream title with this. Yeah, I was not expecting this. I am very sorry, everybody. This... Ugh. Okay. Okay. Well, let's keep going. At least now there's a proper warning about it. Although, I'm going to... Yeah, this is not good. Okay, I'm gonna Okay. I'm gonna do this. And then I'm gonna do this. Copy this link. Remove the embed. Okay. Okay. There. There we go. Hopefully that helps people. I went into the cult server just now and deleted the embeds for this stream. Replaced them with just a regular link and warned people about what's happening here.
I must know more. Tell me everything.
Wow, Susato-san is really fired up now.
Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof?
Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see.
I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Windybank.
For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir. Not a farthing more.
I thought you could get at least a shilling and farthing out of that. Sorry, that's probably it's hard to make the joke here without outright saying something inappropriate. That feel when you're not shilling or farthing. It houses something of very great value indeed. The latest manuscript recounting the adventures of one Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
I beg your pardon! A manuscript! You wish to deposit a manuscript?
Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here.
And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my store.
Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings. Securely.
Of course, sir, of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you, on my life.
This is all very strange. Can someone take the gun away from him, please? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are two just below the ceiling. Yeah, exactly, Fire. It's very clearly supposed to be comedic, but like, this is, I had read that in the previous case that I streamed for the last 2 weeks, the one with the knife falling out the window. Um, People really didn't like that one because, well, two reasons. One, what Rolly Beat did was really, 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 really bad, and they forgave him too easily for it. Tampering with the crime scene, I mean, and he should have known better than that. Um, but the other one that got me, and I think is a solid point, was that Joan, what's her name? The maid woman person, the juror number 4 who should not have been a juror. Um Garadeb, Joan Garadeb. She was incredibly abusive, and that was played for laughs. That's what didn't sit right with people in that case. And now that I think about it, yeah, that's a fair assessment. I was more hung up on the jokes. I was more hung up on the jokes about. I was more hung up on the jokes about all the women being like that to some degree than I was about that specific extreme case. You know, they noted that there were two things in particular that she did that really, really should have warranted some separate action against her. One was um, slapping him so hard that there was still a clear handprint mark there. Uh, Actually, three things. Yeah, one, slapping him so hard there was a clear handprint mark on his face the next day. Two, throwing deadly objects at him, like the poker and the knife, right? And finally,
Repeatedly pouring scalding hot tea into his lap, and then claiming it was an accident. That last one, honestly, we've seen what that can do to people. If you recall the McDonald's hot coffee scandal, right? I imagine this tea wasn't as hot as that coffee, but it was still scalding hot, and she kept doing it to him over and over and over again. And we saw that his robe had been visibly severely damaged by this constant pouring hot tea in his lap, right? The point is, Joan Garadeb is an awful, 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 horrible person, and people laughing about what she did is probably is not right, right? And now here we go again with this. I hate to use this terminology, but I did not expect this game to be so. Is problematic the right word here? Well, we'll get through this, and if something like this happens again, I might just go through the rest of this on my own time and stream something else, because this is yeah, this is not great. This is not a good look. This is not the sort of stuff that I would like to stream on this channel. You know? Like, if it was a dedicated horror thing, then I might pawn that off to Perry or something, because scarring people for life is his thing, not mine. is basically what I'm trying to say here. But we'll keep going for the rest of today, because I don't exactly have anything else lying around. Let's see. Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are two just below the ceiling. I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. It is indeed a camera furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop.
Here, I have an example I can show you.
So it's a very primitive security camera. Ah yes, the print from the camera is set to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. What, can't you just use a flash? Oh, right, no, these things have to be subtle. These things have to be stealthy. If a flash would let people know immediately that they're being watched.
Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look!
So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed.
But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals?
Indeed, as you say, my dear. Indeed, as you say, my dear.
And what if the incident were to occur in between times?
One could only say, that would be a cruel twist of fate.
I must confess your devices have been giving me some cause for distress of late.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Windybank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word.
It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one but 2 cameras in my shop after all, which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older.
Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbroker, you know? My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price.
Oh! Heaven help us! Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin.
Ah, the very thing! Thank you, Mr. Windybank.
Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you tried to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them...
Don't. God damn it.
This would be the only answer.
I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt.
Fear not.
Sorry?
I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed.
That's not really what I meant. Good day to you then, Mr. Windybank.
It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last. Look at this! Look at this lovely big shiny box thing!
That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your country.
Oh my! Yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before.
Shall we listen a while?
Ah, what a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels.
I've never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played.
My goodness! What a simply delightful machine!
Indeed, though the popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course.
Ah, science, technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there.
Mr. Windivac is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. The gun? This revolver here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Windivac would not hesitate to draw that weapon with the speed belying his portly speed.
Oh, you don't mean he'd...
Blow his brains out. Indeed, in recompense for his blunder. Yeah, we're getting out of here.
Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it?
I mean, I'm willing to take it from him, so precisely so he does not keep threatening to do that. Okay, so nothing happens when I move out here. Do I really have to? I do. I do. I do have to examine everything in the pawnbrokery.
What an assortment of things there are on these shelves here.
Crockery, footwear, clocks and watches, almost anything you care to imagine. Yeah. I hear that fire. At this point, the impropriety of him repeatedly taking a gun to his own head is itself, I would say, a better joke than him repeatedly doing that in the first place. You know? This guy has got to stop.
Just anything you care to imagine.
Those are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn or colloquially pawn an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. Stores the item for an agreed period of time, for which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale at a price of his choosing. Oh yes, now you've explained it, I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student spirit! What else we got? That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th of April, today's date. Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Windivac. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say.
Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. Now what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have two little windows for looking through.
Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope.
A stereoscope? Fascinating!
It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself.
Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look.
Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellow, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today.
Alright then, I'm gonna try it. Ha! Mr. Naruto! You must see at once!
Alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. What the? Oh, it's this. It's one of these things. It's like how the 3DS works. Yeah. But I don't believe it. Photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them.
Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic?
It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Basically, it's taking advantage of how depth perception works with your eyes and your brain. It's putting one image in front of one eye and then another image in front of the other eye, such that they're so close that your brain thinks that you're seeing the same image, but it's slightly different from each eye in the same way that it would be if you were actually looking at something in 3D. So it creates the illusion of 3D, but if you get even the slightest thing wrong with it, it can give people headaches. The 3DS gave me headaches. But I guess people were hardier back then in London.
Oh.
You like black magic better?
3 globes of gold. Is that some sort of charm?
It's the Disney thing. Dear me, have you not seen that sign before? No, never. The 3 golden balls are, in Great Britain at least, the universal sign of a pawnbroker. There are more than 700 such establishments in the capital, all showing this same sign. Oh, I see. I had not imagined your ignorance was so profound.
Oh, well, what is the significance of the 3 golden balls then? Does it have some special meaning?
That is entirely unimportant here, dear madam. Irrelevant. You mean you don't know?
Look at this! Whatever could it be used for?
I have no idea.
Ah. There's a small catch just here, look.
We're gonna open it, aren't we?
Oh my, that's amazing! It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism.
Which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows in it. Feels as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. What? Only tuppence for it? That ain't fair, and you know it. The article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Oh, no.
Come on, that can't be right! Have you even had a proper butcher's at it?
I've seen all I need to see, young girl. Oh, is it the girl from... It is. Wait, don't we know... I'm sure I recognize her.
Oh, yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilda's trial 2 months ago.
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. It's been a while since I've done his voice. Top of the morning. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer. Earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. It's commonly called a pickpocket. Ah, yes, the one who messed up the courtroom.
Golden Minute! You lot! Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. Yeah? What, you remember me then, do you?
Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure.
So, what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us. Nothing to eat. Come to pop that black weasel. Sorry, coat. Of you?
What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day. Unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade.
Oh, Mr. Jones!
So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Winterbank on your behalf.
Pull the other one? I don't need all help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on, or I'll make trouble for you.
As you wish, Mr. Strong. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's really done it. He's gone.
I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here.
What is that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc?
You, go on, leave me alone. Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. You shouldn't be offended in the slightest.
Susato-san can really stand her ground when she wants to.
Whatever.
Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, well, I am, alright. I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. Not a problem, is it? A problem, is it?
No, not at all. It's just that, well...
Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase.
Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo? Alright then, I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people?
Well, I don't know how best to answer that, really.
That's a yes.
Suppose. Sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade? Not this time, alright? I swear. Nothing belongs to me.
The disc that Mr. Windybank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. Mr. Windybank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface.
Oh, this is a music disc, you see, or used inside a music box.
In a music box?
What, you don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern one ain't too savvy, eh?
I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before.
Small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays.
It's so incredible! Tell us, what tune is on this disc?
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music box, you see. British-made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for.
Ah, I see.
That's it in a nutshell. Have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny.
That's a packet of lies! He told me he did! He said it was... well...
He? Who?
Never you mind! It just ain't right, that's all! And this was good, that disc's worth good money, I know it is!
Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you?
Ah!
She's been in before, of course, this little tatterdemalion.
I see.
brought some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add.
Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm Lola's customer, me.
So is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Ooh, a dubious disc. Oh, yeah, we're just talking about this music disc and how the problem is that nobody knows what type of music box this is for, so it's practically worthless because you can't get it. You can't even get the music out of it because you don't know what tune it is. You don't know what music box it's supposed to be for. Some are British made, some are German made. They have different intricacies, I guess.
Oh, if only it were that simple.
Sorry, what do you mean?
What she actually brought in was a storage ticket.
Oh, storage ticket. So, Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A guy like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing.
Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious.
The article in question would have been forwarded at midnight tonight, but as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her.
What was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windybank.
The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am. It's the overcoat that she redeemed.
Oh. What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So what about the disc then? How does that come into all this?
The disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can agree a price.
I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today.
It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say.
For this heavy black coat which you returned to her care as I had understood it?
That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went riffling through the pockets.
Oh, you mean...
Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? Oh, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am.
And she immediately tried to pawn it.
for quite a high price as well. It's all rather suspicious, I think.
Give it up! I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me.
It doesn't really appear to be your size.
Me old man! It's me old man's in it!
Is it Miss Lestrade? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious.
Out of my way, please!
Who's this picture postcard English gentleman?
Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen.
What's your problem, man?
There is no problem as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve.
Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line.
Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you?
I'm trying to settle on a voice for this guy.
As well as a pickpocket.
Huh? Who are you? How do you know who I am?
The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims.
What? You mean from you?
Broker! Yes, sir.
Oh no.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
Oh my! Now that's a lot! What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel! And needless to say, any music box discs too.
No! You can't have it! You just can't! It's beyond Vance! Or it was! Now it's mine! Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation.
Yes, I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail.
Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying... What do you think? It's all lies, isn't it? Obviously! I swear on my life, I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before!
Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now.
No! I swear to God!
It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little Gatling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets!
Yet again?
Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time that I've been targeted by these back-slum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police.
Hold on, why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy comb, and you think I'm the dodgy one?
I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you.
What about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it.
Oh, I have evidence, naturally.
You what?
Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman.
Of course. We need only consult Mr. Windybank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place.
Yes! Brilliant!
I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Oh!
I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine.
But why not?
Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity.
Yes, I see. But then, how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it?
Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question?
Of course,
It's Professor. Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need.
oh, it's quite simple. I don't. That's what I was expecting too, but that sounds more like something Sholmes would say than this guy.
This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt.
A watchword. Interesting. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windybank.
As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why certain customers would like to keep their activities secret.
Oh, Sholmes is still here. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it?
Great detectives have no dark secrets. None at all.
Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. Anyways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. Of course, then I get the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword.
If that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article? Then how did Lestrade know it?
That's right, sir, yes, just as soon as the requisite fee is paid.
And I have supplied you with the information you require already, but for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on 15th February. With a watchword of Professor.
All perfectly correct information, sir.
But how?
Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for doubt.
Ugh.
Excuse me, but who are you?
One would expect the Inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign too.
Oh, sorry. Yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here.
Oh, yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup dressed up with exotic spices.
What? You might be thinking of somewhere else. What was that theatrical gesticulation about?
Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another.
Is this the Shakespearean guy from the previous case who showed up, who kind of just showed up and then disappeared? Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Chisato Mikutaba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant.
I see. My name is Benedict. Yes, Eggert Benedict. Enchanté.
He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious.
Now, to the matter at hand. My overcoat! Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off.
Yeah, this guy is very suspicious. Very sus.
Every movie makes, every breath he takes. I can't stand watching him.
So, let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir.
With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back.
This is why I hate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar.
Yes?
And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. But of course, sir, here is the disc for you.
Just this one.
Pardon, sir?
I was expecting another. That is, I'm positive. Another?
Oh dear. No. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. Disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now.
So, Gatling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you?
Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute. That disc is mine.
Ah! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drunk blood, you filthy animal!
Oh my. Yes, there's blood on the disc.
Because of all those sharp little bumps. Man must have scratched his finger on them.
I'm doing it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me old man. So you're not having it. You take it.
Me?
If I ain't on it, they'll have it off me again. So you keep hold of it.
Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? The music box disc has been entered into the program. You there, in the black livery! Hand that disc to me at once, please.
No, don't. He's lying. Perhaps they're all lying.
What do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? Consult Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized, the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place, whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, this 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation, or rather, in my human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. It would seem that my inferences are...
Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again?
My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, will my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it for? Seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration. But who knows if it'll help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament.
Where the blue blazes have you been, eh?
Pardon?
When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away. Not now or later.
Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? Mr. Eggert Benedict, you have in my eyes a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon. The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg.
It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction.
Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I hoped. That's precisely the painted expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Sherlock Holmes. Yes! Okay, finally this is getting good again. For yet another Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Probably because the focus is off of Windy Bank. Topic 1. Mystery Man's Aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. What all then? As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. Nope. A piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement in this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant will soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employment. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane which you unwittingly clutched to your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years! The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing Ferrule. The initials on it were AG. The end of any walking cane will be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. AG. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. He recoils. Is something wrong? And in your recoil, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle you see. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I? But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod is the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. Underneath the pawnbrokery. Great crime. It's obviously the handle of a spade, not a shovel. Possibly. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel. What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose? Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Not on Earth in it, correct? On your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the Count's notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works, beneath this shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it?
By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite.
What are you?
In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels.
Master plan?
Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank?
Are you quite serious?
Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know.
A postcard of the Great Exhibition. I'm afraid you quite lost me.
Currently in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway, and the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank, on the other side of this road.
Pardon?
Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. Conclusion: to steal the Great Exhibition's reserve funds. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle. Yeah, but that doesn't answer whose code it is. Or disk, rather. Mr. Sholmes. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? An impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the road, what it has in its vault? Indeed, though few know of its existence. It is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me, in the strictest confidence. But you just announced it to everyone here. Rather loudly, in fact. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly, it is because the man is a criminal. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed the secret. Oh. Or if he doesn't. Maybe Mr. Winterbank will. He already has plenty of shovels here after all. We totally forgot the criminals are all knowing. Yep.
Oh, my life! I assure you I'm not so unscrupulous.
Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes, let's listen to that great deduction again. See if we can massage it into shape. Very well then. Let us start once more from the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes' magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. He's onto something. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment. Nope. So by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is, where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? That's a proper English gentleman's cane, isn't it? Look at the beautifully polished brass on the handle. Yes, but Mr. Sholmes is right. It's not the sort of handle you usually see on a cane. Perhaps it's the latest London fashion. I mean, that's just guesswork, of course.
Perhaps you could adopt a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. Might rather suit you.
I have a feeling it might argue with the sword around my waist. Huh? What's this say?
Oh! Look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here.
That is clearly Lestrade. I don't believe it!
What is it?
Listen to what it says. Name Gina Lestrade, height 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, rank. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade.
Goodness!
There's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although, if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure.
Look, the details of this shop have been written down here, too. Windybank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street. Redemption deadline 15th of April.
Which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper? Well,
Take that!
that's obvious. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, and to Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery here. Ah! You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Windybank's pawnbrokery, and today the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane which you unwittingly clutched in your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years! The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing for... No. What's a ferrule? It's the metal cap commonly found at the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. The bit that makes a nice clacking sound on the pavement? Yes, exactly. Mr. Schultz is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't. Though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Schultz identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. Look here, Mr. Sato. There are some letters on the handle.
Ah, yes. Those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names.
So Herlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean?
That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously... Oh.
AG? Why does it feel as if that's not quite right? Because it's not... Because it's not EB? Stylish hat. No, it's the initials.
Take that!
Adbert, whatever his name was. Agbert. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Eggert Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG.
An incontrovertible contradiction indeed. Not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't. You said before that you had that cane for years. So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. Uh-oh, that didn't sound good. You recoil. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer to the next conundrum that presents itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this role you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding what's really you see. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat, and now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him.
But we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue.
So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him.
Oh, the seam on the shoulder there is coming apart, look!
So it is.
Do you know, a moment ago when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something that was said, I thought I heard him make a rather strange noise. It sounded a bit like a tiny growl.
Uh-oh. It's too small. Yep, good catch, Fire. Good catch.
Now I think it was probably the sound of this seam ripping open.
If you look closely, it does seem to be a very tight fit. The sleeves are stretched to bursting, and you wouldn't have a hope of fastening it at the front. If you were to run around it, then I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart.
That I'd like to see.
Sorry?
So how can we make Mr. Benedict run around?
She's really giving this some thought. Well, it's obviously the... The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. Oh! This catalogue of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windybank. Ah! But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. To abscond with a redeemed item. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. Can I wonder if I can wrong button. Wait. Egbert Benedict. No hat. Can I examine this? Bloodstain. Look at all the little bumps on the disc. They're so tiny.
Yes, the protrusions are called pins, and they pluck the teeth of the comb to make notes. And just on the edge, there's a small amount of blood.
Yes, the blood of the mysterious Mr. Egbert Benedict.
Miss Lestrade grabbed the disc from him, the pin scratched his fingers, it seems. Like when you're grating some daikon radish and accidentally catch your finger.
Ouch! Just thinking about it hurts. Puts me off eating radish. Huh? For McGilded. Oh, that's important.
Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse side of the disc, look! And a scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name. For McGilded.
McGilded?
Couldn't be. But it is Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget for as long as I live.
But why? Why is his name on this? Music box disc's information has been updated in the court record. Yeah, I had a feeling there was gonna be something important with that disc. But we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning.
This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a wheeze to filch some tawdry article of polish. Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword? Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place, how could I possibly have known the relevant details? N'est-ce pas?
Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers. Which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windybank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windybank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? I can't move it up or down. I'd like to examine the council notice because I don't know why it's there. Baker Street Works is the title? Yes, and it does mention sewerage works, as Mr. Sholmes said. Oh, and it specifically mentions that tonight's sale at the confectionery shop on the corner won't be affected.
Case solving first, confectionery later, Mr. Naruhodo.
Curse my overly expressive face. Look at this, Mr. Sato.
Ah, it appears to be a memo that Mr. Windybank has scribbled to himself.
Let's see. What does it say? Oh, Professor. Mr. Windybank must make a note of the watchwords his customers give him right before their eyes. And in alarmingly clear script as well.
Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see?
Old lamp. Can't select that. Are you gonna get any more commentary on this thing? This is Mr. Windybank's gun.
Yes, loaded with only one bullet, he said. It would appear that being a pawnbroker is a very life-or-death profession.
That might just be this particular establishment. Well, it's obviously this. The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on a note that he has to hand. I know, right, Fire? Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Mr. Strahd. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windybank. When the diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word Professor on the notelet beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Mr. Strahd. Master plan? brings us at last to the final chapter of this new scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and music box disc that was in one of the pockets, which according to Mr. Windybank isn't even worth a penny. And yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we? Really? I'd better have a thorough look through all the evidence we've collected so far. I already did that. We only have 2 pieces of evidence, and I already found the thing on one of them. It's this.
Take that!
You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that? On the back. It reads, For McGill. Ah! Mr. Magnus McGillicuddy, the unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his loan-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps the subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you've squeezed yourself into. Oh. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Eggert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. To acquire an item deposited by Mr. McGilded. Deduction complete. Well, well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Miss Susato. Well, according to what Mr. Windybank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited.
Well, today is 15th April, so 2 months ago today.
Would have been 15th February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see.
What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th February is precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. At 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence.
You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However, I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box.
What do I do? You die. There's some things a man must protect at all costs. This may well be one of those things. And again, it
Hold it!
Oh, here we go. Mr. Windybank!
This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen,
That's what I wanted to find out, Fire. And hey, Orm.
that would happen, I should have to take my own life.
Dude, stop! Mr. Windybank, no!
Alright, that's enough.
Inspector Gregson!
Inspector.
That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now what's all this about, eh? Yeah, no, Fire. We've already established that if anything goes wrong, Windybank tries to off himself. Not anyone who's really at fault. That already came up earlier, but that might have come up while you were away for those 3 minutes. Not sure. So, what's all this about, eh?
Oh, praise me, you're here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life and my very own establishment.
It would seem you have the upper hand. Right, you lot have got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy. Argy-bargy.
Petty? Mr. Windybank very nearly met with his end.
Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I can tell.
Oh dear.
And the whole of Britain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on. What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. Ah! He's getting away! Get after him, lads! Whistle the beat officer, too! Sir! There's been a spout of thefts at pawn shops around here recently, so you fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters from brokers to let us know when there's trouble.
Oh, Inspector, I was very worried that for a while. Very worried indeed.
Now then, Mr. Permanently in mourning. Oh, yes. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, Guilds down to the yard, thank you very much. Send it over. Oh, yes, of course.
No, damn, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine.
Sorry, miss. Anything belonging to the guild has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. So we handed Mr. McGilden's disc over to Inspector Gregson. We were summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. To be continued. Investigation Part 2. Alright. I think we can probably get through that, considering the late start I had. And, yeah, we'll see how this goes. I'll be on for another hour and a half.
15th April, Baker Street.
See, that's why I hate grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you.
Oh, really, Mr. Strong? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm?
What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah, they do let me keep it. After I looked daggers at him for long enough, he went through the pockets and then said, "Go on then out of it," before telling me to scarper. Always pays off giving people a look like you hate them.
I can't help feeling that it's going to get you into serious trouble one day.
What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc of mine.
Music box disc? Mr. Windybank said it was practically worthless.
I think I'm gonna go and have another mash. Give him a long, hard stare.
I think not, Mr. Strahd. We shan't enter Windybanks again today.
Why not? That's not fair.
It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Windybank.
But that disc's mine. I had the ticket for this coat and it was in this coat's pocket. There should be something else at all. That's what that rotten cove said, isn't it?
Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he?
Well, then that's mine too, whatever it is.
Now she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your hold for the day.
Yeah, it's all your fault, Sholmes.
So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening?
Huh?
Iris would be delighted to, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital.
No, Tar.
Oh.
Why would I come round your place, huh? Have you lost your head or something?
Oh dear, she's gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, might I? I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later. Too. Sorry? I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you.
Oh, how exciting! What is it?
You shall have to wait and see, Miss Sato. Until later, then. April, 3:46 p.m. Sholmes' suite.
Ah, Susie and Runo, come in, come in.
Good afternoon, Iris.
Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already.
Busy as always?
I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening.
Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you?
Oh, yes. After all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess.
Look at those little eyes of hers shining.
Oh dear, it is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news.
Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea.
I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional.
Oh, yes, that does sound like fun.
I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo?
By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to?
Early? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back.
Having the police walk in on you threatening several people with a gun, yep. Hello, Mr. Sholmes! I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that.
I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything.
Yes, I see.
Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes, Hurley does. Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent-child relationship, don't they?
Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. One of them died.
What's the matter, Runo? You have ever such a funny look on your face.
Oh, no, it's nothing.
I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right?
How? How did you...
Oh, Runo, I can read you like a book.
This girl is dangerous.
Don't worry. You can ask me anything. I won't mind.
So by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the Gilded Case 2 months ago, right?
Yes, you also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although, after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together.
She still has the thing.
And now we're the best of friends.
She still has your smoke grenade launcher.
Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can.
Oh.
And I chase after her down the back alleys.
Interesting idea of friendship.
And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed.
Oh.
There are so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow.
I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you?
Yes, that's right. I got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now.
Poor Hurley.
Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited.
I just hope she does actually come.
I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Hurley, haven't you?
Well, it has crossed my mind. Where are your real parents?
My mummy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mummy passed away when I was born. And around the same time, my father... Well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on.
Oh. Wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley?
Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together.
She didn't mention that before.
He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the middle chest over there.
Really? He recorded them all?
So, you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases? Oh yes. I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it?
So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father?
Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. But that only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up. Found your father's memoirs. Yeah, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. Then he told me. That's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father.
So Iris' father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. Hang on, there's one thing I'd like to do. Okay, that hasn't changed. Got it. Let's go. They're gonna tell us it's the guy who died in the first case.
I practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So, it came as quite a shock. When Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy, I mean.
Must have done. Must have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age.
Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me.
Oh?
Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes.
Right.
Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, actually. I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he's solved the case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again! It was quite a shock for everyone.
You can say that again.
You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson.
There it is.
I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could earn a doctorate as well.
Iris's father went to some distant land. It is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. Yep, there it is.
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Judge Man. That's right, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. And the man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. Miss Susato.
Yes.
Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time.
I think that would be for the best.
Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you.
Mr. Sholmes!
Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really?
Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed?
My violin? Whatever are you talking about, dear madam?
Oh,
Never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows.
Oh, another music box disc.
No, not another disc, Mr. Sato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence. Mr. McGilded.
Oh my!
And what's it doing here? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny.
Ooh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant, and Runo could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught.
Right.
Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all our menacing crime notifications. Yes, I'd be delighted.
I'm just gonna pretend this conversation never happened, I think. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this.
That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes.
One and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc.
I'll be taking that whatever it is McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. Hand it over.
Oh, yes, of course. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did, but I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars, like this. Oh, he made an imprint. Nice. Nice. Bravo, Mr. Sholmes. That's amazing. The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image in the caramel. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting, the result of a precisely controlled solution.
How extraordinary!
Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press in its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes, it sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to create this. Yeah, this is a different color from the original disc, I noticed. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. Magnus McGilvin, not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Mr. McGilvin perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows, still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash, not a shred of evidence remained. The man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved, was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilvin's innocence in the trial,
the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case.
The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilvin was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. I don't think it was. I think he totally did it. It would appear the case is not yet closed.
Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes. What music does the disc play?
Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not.
Goodness, you don't know, Runa? Inside the music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound.
I mean, if I could have a look at the disc, I could probably figure it out. Not Ryunosuke probably wouldn't, but I could personally. Just read it almost like sheet music. It'd be a little difficult because it's a round disc, but I've done it before. Inside a music
box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it.
But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs, such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe.
Why exactly?
Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result.
It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music even when no performer is present.
But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another, and we have no way of knowing which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. I guess you just have to go with trial and error.
There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. Ah, I see. So that's why... Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe.
Every single one? That's early for you. Always taking things too far.
But, my dear girl, the unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room.
What?
That is indeed why we live in a world full of branded logos.
Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long.
Thank you, Iris.
Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do.
I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful homie. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right.
Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windybank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he?
Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe.
So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was. Oh yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windybank's storeroom gathering dust.
My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than a bank's vault.
And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure?
Well, there may be the occasional mix-up, caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now.
Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Ah!
What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room?
Susie, what did you just say? You said the Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's
That's because Miss Susato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course.
But Runo, the Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published.
What?
When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet.
I don't understand.
That's why he said that he'd keep it safe. Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see.
So that's why the manuscript is at Windybanks.
And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on?
Huh. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Miss Lestrade.
This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. I'm going.
No, wait! Miss Lestrade! We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris?
Oh yes, just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Mrs. Strad. Please make yourself at home.
Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. I wonder if her knowing the title of that manuscript has something to do with that mysterious telegram that she won't tell us about. Mendelssohn it is, then. Mendelssohn. And there's the cat. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome. Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. "15th April, 9:34 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy." That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it?
Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine.
Yes, a suspiciously long period of time indeed. The last case wasn't even actually a murder. And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now.
Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder?
What's the matter, Susato-san?
It's about the telegram I received.
Oh, finally. Ah, the one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose.
I've been summoned.
What? Summoned? What do you mean?
The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me.
The Lord Chief Justice? When?
Tomorrow morning.
What? Then we have to start preparing at once.
Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone.
Alone? What on earth for?
I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow.
What's all this about? Again, I do not trust the Lord Chief Justice. Something very bad is about to happen to Susato. Mark my words. Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Oh, who could that be, I wonder?
Good evening, friends.
Ah, Iris. Hello again.
And Gina, too. Yes, Ginny's gonna stay with us tonight. She's gonna sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? All those things Ginny showed us, wasn't it wonderful?
Ah, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we?
I think I've awakened a natural talent. I can earn a living from it.
You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour?
Well, you see, I came to return this.
Wait, what? That's mine!
Oh my! However did you... I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it!
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius.
So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though.
Ah, thank you.
Alright then, good night!
Yes, good night.
So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Ginny? I think I wouldn't fancy my chances with a lawyer who lives in a place like this. Yes, me too!
Seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about.
I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript.
Yes, I suppose she probably does.
Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you gonna tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward.
Oh no, not at all, Iris, not at all.
I don't know what all this is about, really, but it's a story you made up, is it, Iris? This manuscript, or whatever you call it? It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's? That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once. His partner. Huh? They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister?
Apparently so. I'm as surprised as you are, though.
Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So, where's your old man now, then? He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. So, I've never really met him.
Oh. Right. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps you should ask her. Iris, this Hound of the Baskervilles story, I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts?
That's right, I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow from the other cases, I mean.
Oh, how? Iris is 10. Let's see if we have a record of Gina's age. 17. Yeah. Gina's 17 and Iris is 10. Susato is 16. We don't know how old he is. 44, 34, 48. How?
I don't really know, but it must be special in some way, because after I'd written it and I'd showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I've ever seen him like that.
Pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris, but this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances.
Why not? It's one of my best works!
I'm not at liberty to say. Not now. So please do not ask me.
Alright then, I won't.
But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. That's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windybank, isn't it?
Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does! He's treating you like a child! Me, that's what it is, keeping secrets like that!
I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean.
Huh?
If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason.
I think so too. You're all too trusting for your own good. But he can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it.
What?
Hurley's lying to me?
I've realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina.
I ain't gotten me, have I? Never did, have. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us from the minute we're born, not even our mums. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by.
So that's why you're a pickpocket. Yeah.
Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. That's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it.
I had a feeling there was something like that going on.
Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What would it be like to have parents on me? I always thought it'd make everything right. But I haven't listened to what Iris just said. Sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. It's true. I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris.
Oh, this is sad. Oh, this is so sad. He's dead. Gina, what did you mean when you said you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris?
Well, he reckons he popped that mantle script or whatever, right? But come on, that's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story was really in a Windybank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Ah. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he stole it. Without telling you.
He wouldn't do that.
But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Bare-faced liars, the lot of them. You just ain't realised it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Windybanks. You'd soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him.
Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris.
Oh my goodness, look at the time! Come along, Ginny, we should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you?
No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina.
You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night, then.
Iris. Sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child.
Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night, too, in Naruhodo-san.
Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris' father, but also
the name of the murdered visiting professor at Ume University. Can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. That's a lot of dots. That's a lot more dots. Turn in, bed. I think that's in Britain how they say they're going to bed.
Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. I was expecting Susato. Naruhodo. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not, from speaking to her before she retired. I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh, if you'll indulge me, look out of the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? Lights are on in there. Wait a minute, why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windybank's pawnbroker, eh? Mr. Windybank's... Oh no!
It's simple. That story was really in a Windybank's storeroom. There's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris. If you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you.
Could Gina have gone? Seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. No, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once!
At once! Mr. Zato!
16th April, 1:14 a.m. Baker Street. Resort of Windybanks. It's open!
And the lamp is burning.
Must be Gina, mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. It's gonna be something more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. There's no one here. Oh yes, there is.
Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo! But after them, go! Right. Blast! I've lost them.
Hello. What have we here?
The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Did you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot! With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Windybanks. There's a light on the floor.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Narado.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry! It's Gina.
Lots of people have been shot. So there was one tall one and one short one, and they were wearing these, like, almost elf-like hats. Yeah, here we go. Okay, we still got a bit more time. Let's see. Okay. Okay, there are two things we got to do here. Ah! We'll be alright, Mr. Naruto. After them. Go! Behind that door. In the storeroom. Oh, sorry. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry! Oh, wait. It's Gina? Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, no. Oh, no. Windy Bag got shot by somebody else, and they wanted to make it look like it was Gina. Or maybe it was Gina. From that moment, Windy Bank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings in 221B. 16th April, 6:21 a.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh, Iris!
A telegram came, but all it says was, wait at home.
Oh, yes, we asked one of the policemen to have it sent. Simply impossible to come back.
When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Bruno?
Poor Iris. She's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know.
Something awful has happened, hasn't it?
Yes, I'm afraid so. That spade has been in here since we started renting the place.
Bruno, that's not a spade, it's a shovel.
Ah, you're a shoveler, are you? I had a feeling you'd pick me up on that.
Oh no, a pick is something else entirely.
Now I've dug myself into an even deeper hole. Okay. Can we... We can't move yet. Okay. Let's see. 4-4, you can move around with... Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Events at Windybanks. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windybank is dead. He was shot. Discovered it in the early hours of the morning.
Oh, yes, I had a feeling.
You did?
Well, I saw all those police carriages pulling up outside the shop. So I knew something must have happened there.
When we entered Windybanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out onto the street, and I chased after them, but they got away.
So it was one of them who shot old Mr. Windybank, I suppose.
I don't know, but
That's not what the police believe at the moment.
Oh, why not?
They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina.
Ginny, but why?
Well, the thing is,
No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that.
I know. None of us think she did it.
Why have they arrested her?
I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do.
So where's Hurley then? Is he still there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals.
I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to hospital this morning.
What?
Well, when we entered Windybanks, a gun was fired, and he took a bullet.
Hurley was shot? No! No!
It's all right. His life isn't in danger.
Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital?
He's at St. Sinners. They're tending to him there. St. Sinners.
I must see him at once.
I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't.
Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed.
No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see.
To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. Where's Susie, Runa?
She's still at the police station.
Oh, why?
I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while.
Why aren't you there then?
Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. And Mr. Sato stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later.
I see.
Besides, one of us had to come back to me with Iris. Glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early.
You should have let me know, and I would have come to the station.
It was the two thugs who were in Mr. Windybank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! Go! After that, I ran out into the street, but, well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away.
I think that's a very good thing.
Sorry?
Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Bruno. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that.
Oh, Iris.
I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the two thugs that were in the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they?
No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris.
Ugh, this is all so horrible.
The thing is, Mr. Windybank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. The storeroom door was locked from the inside.
I see.
But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well.
Oh no!
According to the detectives who investigated afterwards,
Don't tell me. There was no one else in the room?
yes, exactly. How did you know?
It's the only explanation.
Yes, the only explanation indeed.
What do you mean by that, Runo? Well,
What can I say? Damned if I agree, damned if I don't. From the way his body was positioned, it's entirely plausible that he was shot through the peep door, or the little peephole, little mini door that Ryunosuke opened up. Eh? You saw where that was? He had fallen forward from. It looked like he had fallen forward from practically standing right in front of that door, facing away from it. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment. But I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting along. Getting on.
I want to go too. Take me with you, Runo. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting.
I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. I don't want to leave her all alone here either. All right then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me?
Oh yes, I'd love to.
Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed.
Don't forget, we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation.
I can see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. New location has been added. I have to go to the suite. And examine this. This is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? Let's see. What does it say today? Ah, the Boscombe Valley Mystery.
We visited Boscombe Valley recently for a picnic, you see, but I forgot to bring the tea. So when Hurley became thirsty, he decided to drink from Boscombe Pool. He gave himself an awful tummy ache.
Oh dear.
Hurley sat there miserable as could be in that field of flowers after that, just like when you saw him yesterday.
That really is an unsavory tale. Okay. Okay. Just checking one thing here. Okay. I see. Alright. Now that we've done that, let's go to St. Cinder's Hospital. Oh, wow, this place is broken down. 16th April, St. Cinder's Hospital, Ward 3.
Hurley? Oh! He's not here!
No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she?
Oh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby. The bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home.
I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not, there's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered.
Oh.
Hello, hello! What have we here? This ward is off limits! No visitor! So what are you doing in here, huh?
Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin.
Eh? Oh, well, begging your pardon then, ma'am. Sir. A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. The great mystery solver has a mysterious family, eh? If that's how you see us, sure.
Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley?
I believe he's currently in the operating theatre, ma'am. Undergoing an extensive operation.
Extensive?
It has been several hours since he went in.
Oh dear, is he gonna be alright?
Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is.
Oh,
I have heard a report that this gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Anyway, think it'd be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later.
Oh, poor Hurley.
Okay, I can't examine that. I can't examine that or that. This I can. There's a notice board on the wall here. Look. Let's see. What does it say? Thought of the day. On seeing any vermin, calmly and discreetly inform matron.
Oh yes, they have rats and mice in hospitals like this that love to feast on all the medicine. If you don't deal with them, there's nothing left to treat the patients.
Rats and mice? Oh, I see. This is a rather old building, I suppose.
But the doctors and nurses are all very good, I hear.
I certainly hope so, for Mr. Schultz's sake. I wonder what these are. Do you have any idea, Iris?
Oh, haven't you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. They're for people with leg injuries to help them walk. You hold one under each arm, you see.
Ah, right. I thought they were weapons of some sort.
Why would there be weapons in a hospital?
I thought maybe a fighter had been injured in a battle contest and been brought here along with his weapons.
That's surprisingly plausible.
Alright. So we can't really do much here. Alright, let's go see Jenny. 16th April. Local prison, cell 13. Hello, Gina. How does she still have that with her?
Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made.
I wish you wouldn't point it at me all the time, though.
What are you here for? Jenny.
I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you.
Well, you can't.
Sorry?
You heard? Get lost. Don't be like that, Jenny. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by.
See, that's what I'm wondering, Fire. How did she manage to retain the grenade launcher?
If I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I can lay my hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Jenny, I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cab came by before and said be a lawyer for me or the like, said it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer, I don't need no one.
She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried.
Why are you being like this, Jenny?
I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away?
They wanted me to sign some papers. Representation papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They're pinning on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it's always been for me, growing up in the back slums, my own life. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, you'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers. Or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all, been sold out and nearly snaffled on the back of it. You can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're going to grass. Dead.
Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could...
Forget it! Jenny! Don't you trust Runo? Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone!
Can you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbrokers.
There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and stole ground through the storeroom. The old bloke walked in on me, and you know the rest. But why, Jimmy? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing.
Is that really why you broke into the place?
What?
Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? She was looking for the other thing that was supposed to be in the coat. That's very, very obvious.
Oh, give it a rest! What'd be the point anyway, huh? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. Well, you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies?
What did you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe we can help.
Sorry. We're out of time. You're gonna want to question me now. Ginny, please. Oh, yeah. I want to give you this. Something to remember me by.
Was that the picture that was on the desk? Photographic print of a really adorable cat.
I found it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point me having it. I wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in a pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Jenny.
The white cat photograph has been entered into the court record. This is an adorable little cat. I think it looks a little like Wakahai. I always thought the cats like to curl up inside under the heated Kotatsu blanket when it snowed. Maybe British cats are different. Yep, there's always something on the back. Every time. Look on the back of this print here. Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it.
13th February, 9 p.m. Article deposited 1 small box. Loan amount paid 10 shillings. Redemption deadline 13th April, 9 p.m.
So this photographic print is a redemption ticket?
13th February? That could be significant. It's just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it?
A small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it?
No. If Mr. McGilded still had the ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article. So do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop?
Ah, yes! It's something McGilded deposited. We need to investigate. White cat photographs information has been updated to the court record. Pawnbroker's ticket. Performs the handwritten notes on the back of the photograph. Really. Yeah, I can't read what the top stuff says. It looks like it might be in like Italian or something. Okay, this is different. Sorry, it's not different. It's the same. Okay. Wait, what if... Here, Gina, look at this.
No, Tar. I wasn't saying you could have it. Oh, weren't you? Well, when someone says I can't have stuff, it makes me want it, see? So you better hand it over now.
No, I'm not giving it to you. All right. Okay. Let's see what we can find about that that print and the ticket. Or do the Bobbies have this place on lockdown too hard? 16th April, Windy Banks Pawnbrokery.
This is where it happened then? Last night?
That's right. Two thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables.
But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance.
No, you're right about that. You're right about that, actually.
In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking.
I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. Oi! I heard that! Oh, it's Gregson. Oh, Inspector! Good morning. Suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Brick Hat Man! Shame you let the two rogues get away, Maud. Yes, I'm sorry about that.
I thought you'd assigned extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Or at least been injured because there weren't enough police on duty.
Ah! Your ladyship! No one told me you were coming!
I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see he has the very best medical care.
Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital attending to him as we speak.
And I don't think it's Bruno's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job.
Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Can you believe it? It's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, well, me manners. Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice, refreshing fruit juice.
Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me if you'd like some.
Oh, lovely. Not very much. Not really at the spot, your ladyship. I don't even recognize him like this. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. Very simple case, this. Some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night. In fact, Gina, you're going to charge her? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge to Bailey tomorrow.
Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me.
Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could lie to you, I'm afraid.
Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you?
What the?
And you're gonna put them on the stand as witnesses, are you?
How could you? Ow! How could you possibly know that?
I had a feeling, that's all.
Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. Then why were you upset with Ryunosuke for not catching them when you caught them anyway? And Miss Lestrada's being held at the prison? She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Sorry, not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential.
Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinners. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know.
I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No visiting at all.
Oh,
The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood.
no.
It didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so. But a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know. Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. You gotta stop that bleeding.
But he will be alright, won't he? They'll be able to make him better.
Of course, your ladyship. He'll be as right as rain before you know it.
Really? How do you know?
How do I know? Well, because, of course... Oh, yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. Better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again.
Oh dear, please don't die, Hurley.
I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theatre. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, sunshine. Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and I. Watch the sauce, Sonny! We're copping, we don't go in for favoritism.
But he's right, you do treat us differently.
It's because of those Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes stories, that's why. Oh, I crop up in him, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson.
Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's.
What did you write about the Inspector, Iris?
I don't remember, really.
It was one of Sholmes' lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, is how he put it.
Oh, did I write that?
And you know what that one line did for me? Huh? The very next month my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. Oh, so yeah. See, that's what we figured last time, because we knew Gregson was being paid to feature in the stories, and he was loving it despite the insults. So this explains it. The praise actually got him better pay. Doubled, I tell you. Ooh, that's amazing. All because everyone at the Yard reads them. They read all the Sherlock Sholmes stories. They've even set up a fan club for me.
Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me.
Can you blame me? All it takes is one bad word from you and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No, the great detective would say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost in worrying about it.
But that would never happen, Gregsy.
Every month when the new Rance magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. That's cool and all, but imagine your pay as being that drastically influenced by some book written by a 10-year-old. Yeah, pretty much. That's why this guy is so, like... Why this guy's so neurotic about this stuff. Every month when the new Rance magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages.
Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves.
Ah, lovely. It's all very much. Not really at the spot, your ladyship. Teetotal. Oh. Yeah. There's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? What is it? I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now. Important message? I wonder what it could be. You gonna tell me what this important message is, then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant.
Here's Susie. Is she alright?
She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. No, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. Ah, yes, of course. I'd forgotten about that. One of the whipstocks took her there in the old carriage after we'd finished questioning her. She asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go and meet her there. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a blooming messaging service. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector.
Why did Susie have to go see the Lord Chief Justice?
She didn't tell me. But I'd better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. Before we do that, we're gonna go to Sholmes' suite and we're gonna check that. We're gonna check that blackboard again. Okay, never mind. It's already been. This is still the same thing. Okay. Now we move to. Where's the new location? The Lord Chief Justice's office. 16th of April, British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow.
Do you think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal.
How so?
I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you?
Maybe it thinks the same about you. So everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust.
Yes, thank you very much.
Guessed it. There they are. Susato-san and Lord Strongheart.
I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious.
Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your home.
Wait, what did he just say? Your return to your home? Susato-san!
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
What was all that about?
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, thank you for coming to collect your payment.
What's this all about? Why were you talking about Miss Susato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow?
Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial?
You mean she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Miss Susato, what's all this about?
Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as
It has. That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving?
It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no!
Professor Mikotoba?
If I may,
Yes, sorry?
you must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news.
10 days ago, Father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown. And it seems he grows weaker day by day.
I don't believe it.
As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Miss Susato's departure as much as possible.
Yes, absolutely.
I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning.
I can't believe this is happening.
So Gina has been charged? She'll have to appear in court?
Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow.
No, not even 24 hours later?
Gina? The Lestrade girl, the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. all too conspicuous case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the yard is overstretched as it is without wasting time on these open and shut cases.
It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that.
Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart? In deference of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence.
No. You are behind this somehow. You are behind this somehow. In some way. Mark my words, you will be behind bars by the time this ends. Or possibly dead. We'll see. I know you had something to do with this.
But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave now.
Of course, Lord Strongheart.
Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice.
You'd know all about that.
The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated,
And probably orchestrated by the most racist guy in the room right now. Yeah, I still remember that. No, I still haven't forgiven him for it. Imperialist.
We have far more serious matters with which to contend.
Imperialist pig, that's the word I'm looking for. Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday?
Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday.
It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. "3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me."
There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart.
Which is?
It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her?
A timely suggestion.
Sorry?
The girl currently has no representation.
But that's not fair!
She turned it down, remember? We were just there.
Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial.
Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation in the public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right.
Why would she do that?
A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison.
Yes, thank you.
Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you.
What a day. Gina charged with murder. Susato-san about to leave.
Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Iris, we must make haste. But, Susie... You're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can.
Thank you, Mr. Sato. It's a very pensive look.
I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go.
If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. Just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Already examined that. Okay. We want to go to prison. Yeah, basically fire. 16th April, local prison, cell 13. Yeah, we'll get to the end of this part, and then I'll end the stream.
Huh?
Hello again, Gina. A really long animation. Really like to show that one off.
What are you lot here for now?
To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously.
I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look! You can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Huh? Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it'll be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They've put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. Well, it's my fault! Yes, so I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Ah! Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be.
Ah, yeah. Put your money where your mouth is, girl.
What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, huh? You've told us that everyone lies. So prove it, by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies.
Literally go kill someone.
You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't.
Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? Did she see him do it? The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted? The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus? You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about?
Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe.
Will you tell us about it now? Here it comes.
Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand.
Based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff.
I knew it.
What sort of thing did you lie about? What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. Couldn't see a thing. And then I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor.
And that's when Mr. McGilded discovered you?
Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. weren't much like to see, boy, but when I looked at my hands, I had the calf's blood all over 'em. I was so scared, I couldn't even speak.
You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight.
Then Mr. McGilden started asking you questions, I suppose? Who you were and why you were hiding under the seat? Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all.
What do you mean?
I mean, he threatened me.
Threatened you how?
He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I'd heard. About what he was going to do after the calf was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scalp it before the coppers showed up.
He totally did it. Yep. Never trust the rich. Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. Here we go. You said McGilden made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you?
Yes, with Mr. McGilden sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cow hitting the floor. I let out a little scream, see, couldn't help it. McGilden heard that and dragged me out by my arm. That's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer where I'd been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. The one that he took off me at Winterbanks.
So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus?
Not for long. McGilden spotted it straight away. He picked it up smartish and stuffed it in his inside pocket.
So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder.
And the bolt trotter told me. I went to mutter a word of it to no one. Because it was so dark under that seat in the cab. I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin.
Presumably that was McGilden getting on board.
Nah, not only him. Oh! Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of two people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilden and the victim.
Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason.
In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilden claimed he slept during the carriage ride. But whenever I'm in a carriage... Whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. And your own testimony, Gina, supported his. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear him talking the whole time in loud voices.
What? What were they talking about?
Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud.
That still tells us something. Mr. McGilden and the victim knew each other. So McGilden was lying, as I suspected.
I knew it wasn't going to take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, McGilden told me to hide back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The two cows from up top ran off to get the coppers.
Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First.
Right, and after they'd gone, McGilden asked the driver to do him a favour.
A favor? Now then, fella, what I need you to do... need you to do is take this coat of mine, deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. Broker. And for your troubles, let's see now. Oh, I'll give you 10 guineas. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, here it is. Van Zeeks was right. He bribes the hell out of everybody to cover everything up.
Yep, you got it. There's Windy Banks. The coachie snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as he could. Soon there was no one left in the carriage. McGilded opened the box under the seat and let me get out of there, with no valid conditions. I see.
What were McGilda's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean.
Not telling a soul, not for anything, about what I saw and what I heard. And there was something else as well.
There's more?
Yeah, this is the most important thing, he said.
I'm off to send to the coachman on a little errand for me with some small change in his hand. With some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? At all?
You asked him to go pop your weasel, right?
Hey, the fiend's taking me overcoat to deposit. The fiend's taking me overcoat to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand?
What? You want me to have the ticket?
That's right, and I'll come fetch it from you later, sometime within the next 2 months. You'd hang on to it until then. Is that clear? Whatever you do, don't lose it!
Alright then.
In case I might happen to be delayed at all, you'd go to the pawn shop when the bank so it is, and you'd extend the loan for the 2 months or something. If you forget the article will be forfeited in any other thing, come along and buy it.
Ah, but I ain't got that kind of brass.
Here's £5. Should be enough. Here's £5. Here's £5. Should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now. You go against me.
Yeah, I get it.
Good. One more thing. A few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, no doubt.
The coppers?
Aye. They'll come asking you to take the stand in court to testify as a witness. Let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What it is you might say, what it is you won't. You won't. Have a wee chat about what it is you might say and what you won't. What you won't.
After he'd gone over it all, I piked it, got as far away from there as I could. He hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the sea. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark.
So McGill had planned it. Coerced Gina into giving false testimony.
I'll bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied in that big old courtroom. I told some corkers. The thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us. We was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. So you mean Mr. McGilded would have... In a heartbeat! He could have had a lot of us chased out of there if he wanted. And then where could we have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice.
Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything.
But, I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid.
Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor.
A favour? What?
Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial.
Huh?
If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us.
Investigate what?
The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot.
You what? Hurley's having a big operation right now, Ginny. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right?
That's why I want to investigate, for Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything.
Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy, is that it?
Something like that. Mr. Sato?
Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. Oh, I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer, nothing.
Yep, and now she cares.
Poor Ginny. She seems so lonely.
Gina's representation papers have been entered into the court record. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windybanks now.
Yes. And perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there?
I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. Now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windybanks. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it.
To be continued. Alright, that'll be the end of tonight. That'll be the end of today's stream. Save your current progress? Yes. Good here. Over at the save. Look at this. Investigation part 4. Never had a 4-part investigation before. Alright. Then we'll head back. And we close out of that. Now that I've saved. And thank you so much for watching, everybody. Let's see. I'm gonna open up Twitch now, see if there's anyone suitable to raid. Let's see here. Who do we got? Okay, they're all. Ah, darn! Everyone's offline. Guess this will be the end then. Well, don't miss Tuesday. Don't miss Tuesday's stream with more Mario 64 assorted turtle soups, whatever I can find. And see you then. Till next time, comrades.